Well, hello there. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome on into the stream. Hope you're doing well. My name is Andy Alou. I'm a coding streamer here on Twitch. That's what I do. And, hey, Pyro. What's going on? How you doing? It's good to see you. So what we're going to be doing tonight is we are just going to be coding away. It's kind of my passion. Right now we are just looking at some assets and stuff. A little buzzed. Right on. We're just looking at some stuff to try and get some Unity things kind of working in line with the way we want it to be. It's a little bit of a chore, but it's also going to be quite rewarding, I think. So we're going to try and get some of that down, get a little bit of our assistance, and hopefully just see how these things work out. Overall, what we're doing here in this particular project shouldn't be that difficult. It's just getting some of these cards to display. We are working on Reimagined Calamity, which is a card game that I'm developing alongside Bastion and Leona. And I figured I would just try and get this one done ASAP, because it could be a lot of fun. There's a lot of stuff that I've been building out, but there's a lot of stuff that's still left to be done. So I've kind of recently made a breakthrough, and I've been working on this for a few days as well, just trying to get stuff, out of the way. So hopefully, with that in mind, we can start plugging away and, I don't know, maybe getting one of these card prefabs out on the screen. I am doing it in Unity 2D, well, 3D. It's a 2.5D game, so that way we can have really cool effects and other visuals. So we'll see how that goes, and we'll see where we end up. Either way, it's still very exciting. Keep forgetting which button does which here. That's not it. There we go. There we go. Did you lose tracking? There we go. Pretty neat, huh? Hello, Buzz. You're having a good New Year, though? So far? Oh, of course, it's only 2 days in. Anyways, chat, let's get into it. All right, so this is the Unity editor. Of course, you probably can't see a whole lot here, but what we're working on is over here. So we have our card view script, and I'll go into Visual Studio in just a moment, that we've been working on. But what I'm trying to concentrate on are these subviews, and trying to get these to just populate in ways I want to, and with information. One of the things that I've been working on is kind of setting up this scriptable object library, almost, just to kind of store things. And so far it's been working out pretty swell. I just need to get myself a little bit more familiar. But as you can see, we have scriptable objects that have like the default icons and all these kind of things. Just trying to get these to work for our particular cards. The other thing that I've been doing is just been kind of working with... Oh. Neat. Just working and playing around with assembly definitions and stuff. So right now, we'll go into Visual Studio and we'll see where we can be. Let's zoom in so y'all can actually see what's going on. You think 200? 200. There we go. So, for example, this is a card text view, and we're using Text Mesh Pro here. We're not using TMP_text. We're using the full-out Text Mesh Pro, so that way we can get 3D mesh rendering and kind of take advantage, hopefully, around the GPU. And then we're also, something that's been interesting and pointed out to me, is kind of semi-avoiding update loops in favor of a more reactive programming model. So we'll see how well that goes over. And I forgot I need to add a couple of other views to this because I want cards to be highlighted when we hover over them. But we need to get to that point. So we'll just wait for Visual Studio to respond. And as we get there, we will... Let's see... No, it's not the asset store. Although there is stuff I'm going to need from the asset store. I was about the sweet and the sour and how your family is doing okay. Found similar code in other repos. Sure you did. What we're doing here isn't really that complex, honestly. We're just trying to make things efficient. Right now, I'm developing as if I'm doing a rules engine in a separate process, and treating Unity purely as a renderer. Hopefully this doesn't come back to bite me, but I guess we'll see. I'm just hoping that it works out. Might have to turn on some slightly more relaxing music. As much as I like the rock and roll stuff, might want to go into something a little bit more chilled out for a bit. Not sure, though. What do I have access to? Oh. Jazz indeed. Let's do that. Oh, can I not say play next? Nah, I forget how Epidemic Sound and Spotify work. Ah, well. Anyway, so we've been doing a lot of work here and implementing some custom data structures, and you'll notice that I have some of these things named and some of them not named, and that's just purely so I can have an easier time going about just understanding what I'm doing. There we go. Maybe not smooth jazz, though. Oh, this'll work. There we go. That doesn't. Anyway, so let's get into working on stuff. Let's see what we can actually do. It's not going to be a whole lot of talking from me this stream either. We're just going to try and get stuff done. We have cards. We have that. We are using Core Game Kit and Master Audio, as well as results-oriented programming. So we're hoping to just try and get these things a little bit more in line. Hopefully with a little bit better performance. Not everything's about performance, but a lot of stuff does work out. Could be that one. Let's see. Now I have the card view, the card layout. Come back into Visual Studio real fast. This is my only issue when it comes to working with various things in assembly references, is just trying to get everything as organized as possible without making things way too complex for what they are. So, for example, we have our card view factory here, but I'm thinking of just kind of refreshing this architecture here to try and do something different. Not entirely sure yet. I do like the handles I do like the way things are kind of just displayed here and how we're using the results pattern, but we might need to figure out some other areas. Did I just lose internet? I might have. No biggie. Let's see. Let's come back to first. Let's see. Let's see what we have. We have an interaction, layout, frame, art, icon, text, visual modifier. That's going to be things for like foils and stuff. And then we have all of this. Not in the presentation assembly, it's in the UI assembly. So we've got plenty of work to do on that front. I don't know, chat. We got a lot of things we need to clear up. Also, we need to. I know Master Audio has its own inspectors. I just forget what it is. And that's what we're gonna try and figure out. Let's go and actually do that. Your audio. Zoom in for you all. Because this might be something that we want to actually take a look at. Variation. Not using addressables. There we go. Triggering audio through code. After you have some sound groups and playlists set up, learn and see how to trigger them from code. I'd rather trigger them from code because I think that's just going to be the way to go for a lot of this stuff. String sound group name. So it is masteraudio.playSound. And we have masteraudio.playSound. Got it. Okay, so we got that set up. Neat. Play sound and wait until finish. What? Oh, that's for coroutines. Interesting. I like to use a lot of third-party assets because there's a lot of code that I don't want to write. So. All right, so let's go into our asset inventory. Go and try and get the latest stuff. And we'll see how this works out. Audio, sound effects. Let's see. So under our sound effects, right? I think one of the things we probably want to do, we probably want to take a look at sounds like rewards and loots. I don't really want to download the entirety of a pack because that just seems bad in terms of storage. You'll notice that there is a lot of storage here. Like each one of these, I think, is 3 to 5 gigabytes. You know, there's a lot of music going on. And that's also not to include... That's right, I also have some other music. Oh boy. Here, let's go and create a folder, and we'll just call this audio. And we'll go... open this folder up. All right, so see. In Ovani, we also have a ton of audio assets, so we'll go and try and take a look at that stuff too. Not under music, but sound effects. Do I have... I thought I had card game sound effects in here. I knew I had monsters and creatures. Go to Ovani. Let's see. Should be something good here. Ovani has a lot of high quality music that's non-AI. There it is. Decks and cards. That'll do. But then we'll just go and we'll drag that. And we'll cut this out. And we'll move it here. Perfect. Now, should be able to find some stuff that we can work with over here. Yeah, perfect. Plenty of sound effects. Actually, I wonder... That's a cool draw effect. Neat. And then they have looping ones. Cool. Might have to go and incorporate these as well. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. Is I've been building up a library slowly of various sound effects. Just so that way there's a lot to choose from. Doing my best to avoid anything AI generated, because fuck Gen AI. So that's kind of where I'm at. So let's go and actually, why don't we drop this in here? And then we can see what Unity will do with it. And we can also see how we can play it via Master Audio. That'll be the other thing too, right? Is we want to play a lot of the sound effect stuff. So let's see. I think I'm going to do that. There it is. That's pretty neat. I don't actually know what that does. That's cool. Oh, yeah. Okay, you're gonna have ads in a few moments. Let's see. Sound upgrader. Let's see here. Okay, so here's the manager. Interesting. Let's see here. The master audio game object is always needed for sound effects and to set up playlists. The position of the master audio game object will be used for any objects that you don't provide a position to. Usually only used with 2D sounds, which aren't positional anyway, and for previewing sounds. The master audio game object will have an M icon in the hierarchy. Okay. Makes sense. So I can create that, and then we can go and take a look at this. Go and close out of that. That's pretty interesting. So we can see that we have many different settings here too, right? So that's actually pretty neat. Just come across this and see what we can do. Drag audio clips or a folder containing some here to create groups. Interesting. So how does this work? Group creation. The group creation section can be collapsed if you want more screen real estate. It looks like the image below. Following controls, use group template. If you check this, a drop-down of group templates will appear underneath. Now, whenever you drag in an audio clip into the yellow rectangular area, it will create a sound group and variations based on the templates selected in the drop-down. Bulk creation mode is disabled when using group templates because group templates take a single audio file and create one or more variations of it based on the template. Oh. Interesting. So I don't need to do that as much as I just need to trigger various noises, right? Interesting. So if I come into here and I go... Is there a master audio? I don't know. No, I have one over here. Yeah. There's that. Right, more mountains. I forgot about that too. We might need to go and check out feel extensions. Chat, you have ads? Basically, what feel does is it allows you to do stuff like this, where you do really cool game feel stuff, including shaking and things like that. So that's kind of the point of that asset, is just to make things feel a little juicy. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking at their extensions. I'm going to see if there's one for Master Audio. I think there is. No, there's Cinemachine ones. Master Audio. Perfect. The feedback class within the More Mountains feedback system that integrates enables control of audio events associated with a master audio group, providing flexibility. Hi, Keo. How you doing? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we might grab this. Not sure yet. Because I kind of just want to play impulses on their own. Somebody did a lot of work on this, though. Okay. You're getting tired, but good. How am I? I'm doing all right. You know, just vibing. Just relaxing. Trying to code out. Yeah. That's something else I wanted to do. Yes, is I wanted to go into asset inventory, textures, icons, and I wanted to grab some icons. So we'll go and grab these. And that, and we'll import them. And that should help us go and define some other stuff as we want to go along, when it comes to defining icon sets and things like that. Not necessarily for, you know, the archetypes and such, or the card types, but for subtypes and things like that. So we'll see how that works out. And we basically my end goal is to get a fully fleshed out 3D card prefab done and have us be able to draw it. As in draw it from a completed deck with shuffling and all that enabled. That's kind of my goal for the end of the stream. And then we can also go itch. We can go and take a look at some of the stuff that we might have. Yeah, that's the other thing, is I cast a wide enough net to hopefully go and grab some assets. But man, there's a lot of stuff out there. There's a lot of stuff to work with. So I have a lot of plans, chat. Of course, if you just browse on sales, you end up getting a whole lot of stuff anyway. Where you just get bundles and a whole bunch of random shit. Oh, I forgot I have that. Come back over here real fast. There is something I want to check. Okay, so it's not in there. Is it in presentation? Art? We're just going to be vibing out tonight, chat. That's all. Vibing out, waiting for Visual Studio to load. Yeah. So we're going to have a few different art styles, right? We have pixel art, low poly art, and then anime art. Right now, we're trying to source more low poly stuff and more anime stuff, because pixel art's not a problem to get a hold of. There's a shit ton of pixel art available. I mean, take a look at my character. But it's the low poly and anime art that's kind of hard to find. So that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to get a lot of this stuff just kind of sourced. And as you can see, most of the stuff I have is pixel art, so. Which isn't bad. I like pixel art. I just, want better variety. So Winrexia's got some neat stuff. We might go and borrow some of this artwork too. And that'll be the other thing that we need to do, is ensure that any art and artists that we use get proper licensure and credit. So we'll get to that too. There is something else here, and I'm trying to remember what it was that I wanted. Yeah, tons of cards and stuff and interfaces, and there's a lot of stuff here. It's just a matter of being able to sort through it and get stuff loaded up and working. Maybe even animated for some of these. Let's see. These could probably work out nicely for later. Are you done importing? No, you still got a bunch of stuff to do. So in the meantime, we continue to browse. Yeah, but see, this is all pixel art. That's part of the problem. Do have a bunch of fonts. This was neat. Might have to go and experiment with fonts too. Actually, I don't remember checking out what this pack had. You have... Okay. So just like a bunch of art style drawings and icons. Okay. You have a character maker? That's fascinating. Interesting. You may use these game assets for any and all uses, including commercial use, with or without giving credit, except that you may not sell or redistribute the unaltered assets as your own game assets. Okay. Everything I like to see, 100% human made, no AI. Nice. That's that good shit right there. Code stuff, don't necessarily care, but for artwork, absolutely not. Okay, so Unity's almost done. I think I'm going to change the... No, I'll keep them as sprites. That's fine. I already have this. What are you talking about? We already have all the TextMesh Pro stuff installed. What are you talking about? You silly. Alright. Go and dock this. That way I don't have to keep opening it up. So there should be a couple of new folders now. 6,000 fantasy icons. Go and save this. Go demo icons real fast. Okay. I don't know why I went into demo icons, but whatever. Let's see. Actually, that's neat. These will make as good cards. That's a big thing too, right? Is we're just trying to find good artwork that's not AI generated. You would think that'd be easy? Should be easy. Go back to the sample scene. I don't really care about stuff on that. So let's see. What's one of the things that we can do? We come back over here and we do what are you? Oh, you're just okay. So that's just a straight up card art. How do we want to approach this? Why don't we just try Minotaur? I guess. And then we can go over here. And we can see if there is a Minotaur. Because you see, chat, that's part of a tough part here, too. I don't know why I said anime style. It doesn't really matter if it's anime style or not. Just non-pixel art, non-low poly. Maybe I should have done skeleton. All right, we'll come back over there. Here, I'll go and delete this. And we'll create a new folder and we'll say scriptable objects. Cards. Here we'll say definitions. Okay, so let's go and test this out. Say skeleton. Just you. Oh, this is a completely different thing. Oh, I am doing this to myself. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. That's fascinating. So let's go and see if we can do... See, the problem is I coded this, and I have no idea what half of it does. So here we can go and do skeleton animation. On draw, we'll have it do a draw. On play, we'll have it do resolve. That'll be what it does on discard. And we'll just have it be destroyed. Now we can set that up. We can then... base skeleton theme. Interesting. We can do that. We can come back up here. We can find the skeleton again. Actually, let's do that through here. There we go. You know, I'm thinking this one right here. That one looks like a pretty good candidate. So we'll go and do that. Default. I don't know which one to pick. So we'll have to figure that out later. Pixel art. That's right. We downloaded a shit ton of pixel art icons, didn't we? Did we? I don't remember if I did. I have the worst memory at times. Oh, we did dice stuff. Okay, that's right. Come back over here. Go to sprites. As you can see, we have our sprites over here. And we'll go and see if maybe... Wonder if it's one of the battlers. That'd be really cool if it was. That'd make things a lot easier. Again, you know, getting stuff and importing it is kind of a chore, but it's also worth it. I don't know. This might come in handy. That's the other thing, too. Low poly icons. The low poly stuff is going to be some of the things that we want to work with. I have anything indexed? No. Of course not, because why would I? How about characters? That'll be something that we look at too. It's mostly because, again, trying to avoid things like generative AI and stuff, so. Want to make sure that we have access to the best stuff that we can get. Might need to go and get this. I know Cinti has stuff. Let's go and grab this. See, our thing too is I've been trying to skillfully avoid using update and just using reactive programming as much as possible. It's not easy, but I think overall it's kind of rewarding. Because it's a bit of a fun exercise in patience and just trying to figure out what are you doing and what are you doing wrong. And I'm not so good at figuring out the what I'm doing wrong part. Go to Cinti. Don't think this... Yeah, that didn't include the icons. So... let's go and check out icons. I think... there it is, Unity. Okay, we'll take that. Some people give Cinti some shit. I happen to not mind Cinti stuff. I think people give it shit because, you know, it's used in a lot of turnaround games and stuff, so. Actually, was it I'm missing a layout? Okay, so we'll go and do that. You. And we'll assign you, and now you should be fine. Okay, so let's see. I have the base skeleton. And we need themes. Okay, you're gonna have ads. So for that, I think we'll go with green. Because why not? Forget which one of these is which. Go with the tree. And then the infinity icons, I don't really think they matter. I think we can just use these. And then, actually, we might need to. Okay. So that's something that we should probably address. Let's go and check out our... So there's the card affinity. There it is. Right. So this, we probably wanted to do a private string menu name. There we go. Create asset menu name equals menu name. Perfect. So now that should show up. This, I think we can go and do subtype dot okay, never mind. We don't want to return null. That's kind of the pattern here. We want to do card subtype dot none. No, we don't. We want to return null subtype icon set. Fallback. Except we can't do it like that, can we? So we do have to do null. Damn it. Nah, we'll come back to that. I might just go and do this. And then that way we can avoid null. And that might work out better. Because now at least, again, part of what I'm trying to do here, chat, is I'm trying to avoid returning null values. Because I think that by returning null, except in very special circumstances, it's not so much setting a good example as much as it's not really doing us any favors to just kind of to just return like a null reference or something. So by trying to always have something populated, or at the very least something cached, I think we can avoid a lot of heartache and just a lot of mental anguish. So that's part of what I'm trying to work on, is just trying to make it a little bit easier to not have anything out of the ordinary. But not sure yet. The other thing is I'm trying not to expose properties unnecessarily. So that's why you'll see a lot of my scriptable objects have methods as opposed to... And the methods are very minimal. It's typically a get or a try get. And then those are exposed in some of our other areas, so... Guess we can go and see how that actually works out. Now we wait for Unity to compile. It's also kind of annoying because I told Unity not to do a domain reload, and here we are. It's doing a domain reload. I have to turn off this overlay in chat for a bit. I don't know if it's doing me any favors. Turn that on. There we go. Nah, I like it. All right, let's see. So we have our default icons. Now, what we should be able to see is in our... Yep, so we have the default sub-icon site. So we have the null set, which really has nothing, but this is the main one that we want. So that works out nicely. So here, you can just go and say default subtype icons. Perfect. And I think for these, oh, there really isn't any. Wow. RPG inventory icons has very little in it. That's good. I like that. Because that keeps things simple. Let's go. Maybe into profession icons? Basically, we have three different card types, right? We have machinations, incantations, and subterfuge. And machinations essentially stick around for a while. Incantations are like your creatures and stuff, short term. Things that are expected to leave. And then subterfuge is stuff that affects the game state. So maybe I'll do like that. Do that. Huh. You know what's interesting, chat? I think this is a very similar icon to what we have in V Rising. It looks like the whetstone. Very interesting. Yeah, because this looks like the bricks that we have in V Rising too. Very interesting. Good to see it getting used. Yeah, it looks like the powder. Actually. That's actually a good idea. I can put this there. And then for a null icon, just do a fallback like that. Hmm. What's in here? Hey. Neat. Okay, so we found a skeleton. That's cool. Love to see that. I really should choose something besides anime. Because that's going to be hard to find. I'll just say stylized when we go and refresh this. But pretty much the goal is to get this skeleton rendered here. Right. So instead of that, no, that's not going to work. So you see, Chad, it's going to be the other thing that we have to try and figure out how to present. Oh yeah, that'll be something else to do. Stats, feedback bindings, cards. Huh. Base feedbacks. It may seem silly to have it kind of structured like that, but some cards may have their feedbacks changed around. So what if we come here? Interesting. Okay, and then I just need to create a null definition. Let's see. We'll go and do that for now, just to get it off our back. Let's actually go and check that out too. So what was that? So we had the card presentation database. And we have you. So maybe what I want to do... Let's call this the... presentation definition. And then we can come back here. Do this. And it's essentially... Card definition ID dot none value. Oops. Do you have an instance? Okay. So maybe what I should do... Go and do this. Do a card base presentation. We'll make this the abstract. Grab these. And then we'll force an override. And then here, what we'll do an abstract. Oh, yeah. And now these have to be implemented. So we change these all to override. We change this to be a card-based presentation. Now, we don't need these. So that should be set. And then we can seal this class. This can remain sealed. And we can come back over here. And once we do that, that should come back with what we want. Perfect. Because now should be able to come here and delete you. Come back. Come into here. Call that null presentation. And I still need to fix that. So that's in the database. That's fine. Since we're exposing minimal things here, we can do that. We shouldn't have too much of a problem. Yeah, that should be fine. And then this should be that. And then since that is like that, then we should be able to now drag this in. Now that's assigned. This shouldn't change much, because now we should have this, should have that. Can I make a null art set? Should be able to. Actually. Yeah, I think doing it this way made things a little bit easier, because now we can have both a okay. That's actually pretty good. Sorry, I head's in 1,000 different places right now, but I think by doing a null definition like this, that should be fine. So we need a default card layout, right? So let's see, if we go to Reimagine Calamity, cards, layouts. Okay, yeah, so we do have a card layout. Layout, card layout definition. And that should be fine. Because I think we could do zeroed card layout definition. And this is purely for convenience. Right? Because that's essentially all we're going to be doing. That's literally what this is for. It's literally for convenience. There's like nothing else that we actually want to do with this, so. We'll go and do that. We'll go here, we'll go and do a base card layout definition. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Make this abstract. And then we'll go and do WinV. Oh, did I have to be virtual and not abstract? Yeah, I think they have to be virtual. That's right. And then if they're virtual, going to get and we'll grab you. That's fine. Override you. And you should still be the same. So that's perfect. All right, cool. Which means upstream, this should be card base card layout definition. Means this should be zeroed card layout definition. Base card layout definition. Card layout definition. Base card layout definition. And it shouldn't really matter where the rest are coming from. So I think that should take care of a bunch of stuff too. Because the zeroed layout definition has no layout. That's why everything's set to 0. Right? So if we go and create that, that should be fine, because then we should be able to come here, assign you, and that should be good to go. I'll chat you have ads for a little bit. But that's the idea, right? Is that now we have our null presentation almost filled out. Because we're doing the null object pattern here. Trying our best to never return null. Or at least a null object. That's a lot easier, and working with sentinel values. And then we're also trying to just kind of enforce some other structural rules. So if we go yeah, so we still got some work to do. And then we also have our event-driven programming work. On top of stat views. Oh, that's right. What is a stat view? Because there's a stat presentation. Here's a feedback profile. Oh, there's a lot of stuff to think about. Because, if I remember correctly, in our presentation layer, we should have stats. And we have stat feedback. So increase, decrease, unchanged. Yep. That makes sense. And our stat feedback profile. Yep. That just defines how we want things to work. And so we can change the behavior. But I think what we're missing here's the context. And this is what gets passed around, chat, is this context. So this gets passed around through the other layers of the application. So that way we're never, the way we update things is through this context. Think of this as like a snapshot. And then we also have a null context as well. Once again, enforcing that null object pattern. But I think, oh yeah, and we also do the same thing here for stats, is we pass a stat presentation context. But I think that in our, we have stat presentation type, scalar meter axis. Okay, that's what I thought. So if we come back over here, this is going to be our card stat view. We load up a composite disposal. We tell it how to react. Okay. See, here's the problem. Is your boy thinks he's smart, and then he does this kind of shit. And it's like, God damn it. And this is the other side of things that he forgets to do, which is he forgets some of these icons and some of these styles need to actually be done, right? So I'll do this to myself and it gets very frustrating. So I think what we probably should do, probably should go and do public yeah, let's go and make this abstract. Maybe? Do I have that? Or do I have stat kind? I have stat feedback kind. Do I have a stat ID? I do. Okay. What is the stat ID? Okay. Yeah. Okay, this makes sense. Yo, what's going on, Alu? How you doing? Good to see you. Have to get a shout out to Alu. See if we can do that. Go follow this amazing Kitsune bean. See if my shout outs work today. Just a pair of Illu's. Yeah. Well, part of it works. Oh, it did work. Cool. I guess we'll have to go and get the rest. There you go. So let's see. We have this set. What you're working on coding? A roguelike trading card game. Originally I wanted this, but now I'm wondering. So we're just vibing, trying to get stuff done. So I'm using Unity as a rendering engine, and right now I'm trying to just get the rendering side done, but I'm working on an out-of-process custom engine for the rules side of things. So that'll be run on a ahead of time compiled AOT .NET 10 engine, so hopefully that'll improve performance a bit. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why it takes a long time for me to structure my games, is because I'm trying to do everything outside of Unity and then intermingle it into Unity. It doesn't work well for all games like ARPGs or games that have or games that have like fighting games would suck if you did that. ARPGs like Dark Souls would suck if you did that. But that's also how they did the Oblivion remake. Fun fact is they essentially just introduced a JSON layer. Yeah, frame specific games, exactly. RTSs would be terrible. Yeah. They didn't do it with Unity, they did it with Unreal, but similar principle. Oh yeah. It's neat stuff. Oh yeah. The thing is, what makes this approach tough is if you want to do things on consoles. Not really. It's not really more intensive. And part of the reason is, so the way this will work is that the .NET app itself, .NET 10, will be quite optimized for runtime because that's just what .NET 10 is. It's highly optimized already. And it probably won't take very much in terms of RAM usage. Unity is going to take the bulk of that. And even as a separate standalone process, the .NET app probably will take, maybe 30 to 40 megs of RAM at most. Simply because of how card games work, right? Now on an ARPG, yeah, it'd probably be very intensive. Or even if for my VRM software that I'm building, I plan on running a lot of the interaction stuff on a separate process. So Unity is just the presentation. So what I have done and what I will be using is a transport layer. Right now I have it set up to use what's called Magic Onion. But what I will be using later on is probably SignalR. Because I like Magic Onion, and I think Magic Onion's really cool, and I can communicate across with Memory Pack and keeping things nice and sleek. But the problem here is this. And I'm explicitly trying to do AOT. Ahead of time compilation. So essentially what that means is, so take Unity's pipeline, for example, right? If I go into here Oh yeah, you'll see my collision matrix. Most of it's turned off because I don't like calculations. If you go into Unity, right, and you go and you take a look at the scripting backends, you'll see that there's two backends, right? There's Mono, and then there's IL2CPP, right? And so Mono is just a just-in-time compiler. You know, things happen essentially just when they need it. IL2CPP is a way that it translates Microsoft's intermediate language, which is what C# compiles down to, into optimized C++ code, which is then compiled into native code bindings for where you're going. And so AOT is essentially that. It's essentially taking your existing code that you've written and compiling it into native binaries for a specific platform so that way it can run more efficiently. So on the .NET app side of things, I'm using AOT so that way I can squeeze and eke out every last bit of performance. So that way that is not the bottleneck. The bottleneck will be the Unity app. This becomes complicated on consoles like the Nintendo Switch, because consoles are a very, very locked down, sandboxed environment normally. And normally on a console like the Switch, you cannot spawn other processes. It can. It doesn't. So that's the other thing, Al, is I'm trying to figure out if it's worth proceeding down this rules engine route, because we can go into here. Did I put it under Reimagine Calamity? Let's... Or are you trying to make the game like engine agnostic in case a dev shits the bed and you need to break away? If I were that clever. No, this is purely just an exercise. Really, it's an exercise in patience. Unity's practices made a lot of people run away from it. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't do a really great job for themselves. Exercise this, womp. But for a small little card project like this, I don't necessarily see a whole lot of harm. Basically, I'm just trying to figure out, okay, so I've got the Unity project here, and I've got the standard Visual Studio project here. This is the other thing, right? Is that this is my rules engine. And I'm trying to figure out the best way to communicate across this barrier. Because it's essentially communicating in memory, so it'll be very fast. It's just a matter of, okay, will it be fast enough? Does the game run functionally as 2 executables or 3 if you need an interpretation layer? So on PC, so think of it this way. On PCs, this game will have its own dedicated server. So it will technically be 2 processes. Oh, you're fine. This lends itself to essentially saying that this engine, this rules engine, should I want to introduce like co-op mode or some sort of 4-player mode, this lends itself to being able to being ported over to a server architecture and run very quickly. Could probably even run on an Azure function if you're clever. Thus opening up multiplayer. And then you just have the Unity app that, connects and renders. Exactly. Well, that's the problem, is that it's clever. And I tend to be too clever for my own good. And that tends to screw a lot of things up. But yeah, that's kind of the idea, is to just ahead of my time. Exactly. But the other problem with this is that the more I look into like releasing on a console, the more I'm starting to realize that, or even on a phone, right? So let's say I want to release this on Android. Android still has the same sandbox ruling, and it still requires things to be ahead of time processed. So I would still need to figure out a way to bring this out of process library in process in Unity. Not so much that it's expecting 2 apps, but it's you can't spawn a child process natively on a lot of these things. Not without them potentially terminating your developer account. But it's a safety thing. 100% safety. PCs are a little bit more forgiving. But for example, you could essentially create a malware bomb that just opens up 50,000 child processes that each try and consume RAM and just hog somebody's system completely and make it impossible to uninstall. You could do insidious things like, take VTube Studio, for instance. VTube Studio spawns a child process to track your webcam. That's how that works. If I were nefarious, I could also install it so that way it does a child process to track your keystrokes and report that back to me in the background. And it would just fall under VTube Studio in your task manager, and you wouldn't know the difference. And it might not even report to task manager. There's a lot of stuff that can happen. VTube this, Womp. I have to fix my alert stuff. So badass, thanks for the resub.
Thanks for continuing to support the Omen Den Sabadas with your Tier 1 sub. Hope you continue to enjoy your emotes and ad-free viewing with Alu.
Oh yeah. It's actually, yeah, it's Belith. It's also part of my VTuber logo. So if you can see on behind it that it's part of it for Belith. I believe Belith was one of the bringers of fire. Yeah. If I remember correctly. Ability to inspire love and command legions. Interestingly enough. You want to talk about having a fursona? This is primarily the reason. I'm a real math nerd. Oh, that's Spiff? Yeah, thanks. Gumi did it. Gumi did my logo. And then Rui did this VTuber Cup. I actually really like this. It's really cool. A bunch of cool little features on it. It's very cozy. Yeah. You know what? We can also add a little toasty. And we can change the mug. Yeah. But let's see. We were there's a lot of stuff we're trying to just kind of figure out. Oh, so Sabadass, how you doing? It is good to see you. Yeah, if you haven't followed Sabadass yet, what are you doing? Go check him out. He's pretty awesome. Streams a lot of really cool games. Just fun to hang out with, and overall just a good guy, you know? So, highly recommend it. But yeah, we're trying to essentially just fill out the rest of these scripts here, so that way we can, you know, put our system together, because it works, hypothetically. Back to work on Monday? What's work? What's that? I wouldn't know. Don't have a job. But that's also part of the reason why I'm gonna probably start streaming a lot more and or full time for a bit. The treadmill of life? Exactly. See, this works semi-reasonably on paper. And one of the other things that I've been doing... Wait, you don't? No. No, they terminated my contract early. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's a rough market. Man, aren't weekends great? Weekends are pretty meaningless when you're unemployed. No. It wasn't. But AI is part of the reason. But it's not replacing me. I'll telegram you about it, Alan. Yeah, so also some things happened this holiday season, so I agree with my more layoffs are on the way, so that's not great. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but the Hamtramck plant here shut down. In Michigan, GM shut it down and laid off 1,700 workers. It's just absurd. So it's not just us. Arby's is pulled out of like 5 states. Oh no. There are no vibes to bring down here, Alan. That's the crazy thing. My streams are all over the place. I'll talk about serious shit one end, and then I'll talk about some of the most unhinged shit. I know you're a hell of a vibe. No, you. But chat, you're gonna have ads in 2 minutes and 30 seconds anyway, so we might go to just chatting for a little bit. As I go and take a look at some of the math I did, because this should be a simple Bezier curve, but we'll see. We'll see how things go on. And then I also have shuffling. So this is all this is all visual. Keep that in mind. All this stuff on the Unity side of things, this is all for visual. None of this is rules. None of this interprets rules in the game. So that means that everything here is purely so it renders and feels good as a game. Nothing here Displacement or image pulling or such. Exactly. Or special effects, right? Because I don't really care so much about the rules engine. This is all about making things feel nice. Hence why it's also important that I actually get some of these events wired up and get some of these things working out nicely. Because right now I just have, archetype, focuses. I just have that kind of basic stuff, but I don't have a lot of the plumbing done. And that's what we're trying to build up now, is building out the external plumbing. So we've done a lot of work building things like a card view factory, a card pool. Are you sticking with Unity for rendering because of the built-in deployment for cross-platform? No. Actually, we are technically a Unity partner still. I'm sticking with Unity primarily because I know C#. And I'm too lazy to learn C++. Again. Anyway, stuff happened this holiday season, so my dad pointed it out very clearly. This is like the least festive season this is like the least festive he's felt in a season. And I agreed with him. And then it occurred to me as I was celebrating New Year's yesterday, as I was doing some stuff, festivant, exactly. He served in the Navy as a submariner, and he spent many holidays and festivities underwater. And it occurred to me that I understand the sentiment. I do not understand the experience of it's just another day when you're underwater. So here, the holidays are just another day to me. They carried very little meaning other than knowing that, thankfully, most of the people I care about are still alive. It's also kind of wild to say, because those of you who know me know that I am incapable of developing empathy. So, kind of wild. Chat, you have ads. Yeah. Maybe I should do these as gets instead. These are fine to stay that way. Let's go and check the deck. Let's see. We have deck shuffling. Our deck shuffling can go from 0 to 18 cards visually, but we defaulted at 8. We have a compression of 0.02. And then we have our durations. Now, everything I did was create kind of a stack-like object. In terms of a disorder, a trauma, or more just not feeling it, disorder. So we have the deck stack. We have the deck stack layout settings. Can't imagine what that would feel like. It makes some life events a lot more challenging. Especially when people expect certain things because, that they're reasonable. And you have to, or not you, but I have to go and be like, yes, this is a reasonable request because that is what society says it is. Fake it till you make it, and that's gotten me into a lot of trouble too. So we have that, and then we have the deck view itself. So the deck view has a base pose for the card, the deck stack pose generator, and the deck stack. So keep in mind, chat, I've been working on this for a bit, and disconnect is probably pretty rough. It's incredibly rough. It makes it very hard to maintain relationships. On top of, just in some ways, I've not really been a good person. So, and I don't hide that fact either. Because what's the point? People will figure it out anyway. Just give me a chance. But let's see. So this recomputes the layout with our optional bias. Sometimes I have to read back through my code just to understand what's going on. And it gets very annoying. I don't think I need the hand spline anymore because we're using Unity spline packages, so we shouldn't need that anymore. Thanks for the hugs. Yeah, so this, we grab the spline container. After we grab the spline container, we also clamp our start and end. And we then apply. So what this will do, right? If you take a look at a lot of card games, so let's take a look at Slay the Spire UI. If you go and you take a look at like Slay the Spire, right? You'll see how this is fanned out. That's essentially what that code does. It is essentially what this code here does is it takes a spline and allows you to have a rotated hand. Or not a rotated hand, a fanned out hand. So that's what we're doing, is we're doing that. That's what that code does. The next bit of code that we're working on as well, as far as a card view goes, essentially builds a card like this, right? Not exactly in a Slay the Spire-esque deal, but very similar. And eventually we'll work on targeting and things like that, but we're doing it on a 3D game. And that's the other thing I want to point out here, right? Slay the Spire is, I think it's 2.5D. I haven't played it in a while, so I don't remember exactly. You're finally done with travel? Good shit, Bobo. Good shit. Chat, go follow Bobo. He's the most famous out of all of us. I have to adjust all my overlays and shit. But if you take a look at the UI here, right? And this is the other thing. Whoops, wrong one. We are trying not necessarily to emulate Slay the Spire in a lot of ways, but there's only so many different ways that you can have card games be displayed, right? And you can either do it like this or like Magic the Gathering, what have you. But we're still trying to get this side of things to work. We're not here yet. And we're not here yet. We're still on this side. And this might take a few days. It might take the weekend, actually. Time to fire up Diablo 4? Exactly. And that's the other thing, too, is that we have a base card layout definition, right? And that just determines where things are going to be. So as we go forth and try and conquer this, as we also... You currently have 0 sound groups? Yeah, I know. Actually, I have a couple of surprises that I want to save, but the idea here is I I'm trying to keep everything 3D. And the reason why I want to keep things 3D is so I can do cool shit like add a box collider. And I can keep things nice and thin. And so that way, cards have 3D physics, even though it's a 2.5D world. So that way you can do cool stuff, like have the effects actually affect the card, and then have it display like a 3D effect on a 2D scene. You can have it affect the tables that you're playing over. And eventually, one of the things I want to do is I want to have the animations kind of like fly up out of the card. Right? So here, not you. Here, you see how it's just kind of on the 2D environment? But what I want is I want it to essentially be more on the top-down side and have a little bit of depth. So that way it feels like you're playing a 3D game even though you're playing a 2D game. That's where I'm going. That's what I'm trying to get to. But it all starts with us just building out a card. Because you see, this does have kind of almost that 3D effect, except it's still very flat. Oh, yeah. Actually, I want to see something really cool. Let's go and do... I forgot that there's this cool shit right here. Sorry. Source. Because it says all the C# source code to it. I was thinking, hey, Bobo, want to make a fighting game? We could go in on this and make a fighting game. $50% off, that's a deal. It is. Normally it's $500. Now it's only $250. Look at how sick that is. Actually. All my information is public, so I don't really give a shit. Actually, let's go and check something out here. Where'd you go? Oh, do you not exist? Damn it. I may have a lot of animations. Anyway, I'm getting way off track here because that's for Bastion's kind of stuff. Where'd the rest go? Didn't I have more shit? What happened? I swear I had more shit. Oh yeah, some of these animations are really sick. Like this guy has some really sick animations. And to give you an idea, I want to bring this to the card game as well. So when you get like the low poly version of a card, I want it to have 3D animations. So that's kind of what I'm trying to build here. That's another reason why I'm using a 3D approach here in Unity, is so that way eventually when we go and load in the card animation view will allow us to go and actually define an animation for the 3D version, the low poly version. So, you know how in like Yu-Gi-Oh! And some of those other card games where they have like that holographic kind of deal? That's essentially the vibe I'm going for with this game. Is so when you unlock, quote, rare cards, which, you know, would be the low poly version or even the anime version, the stylized version, that would allow you to play it on the board, and then you would have a character come out and stay in an idle animation until you use it, or you use the effect from it, or you use something with it, and it would allow you to then play that animation. And that would be really cool. And that's another reason why I want to use Unity as a presentation layer, is because I think that would make it a lot easier to do as opposed to trying to create my own engine. Because I've been down that path, and that just ends with misery. So I'm also thinking one of the other things I want to try with this because we have some work done as well, right? So we have our assets and all of our card stuff. Them golden cards in Hearthstone, that would be sick. Actually, I have the engine Hearthstone uses, but I don't want to use it. But we have stuff. Just kind of a chore to get it working. Actually, here, we'll pop over here because I'll go and get something else working up in a moment. I need to figure out why my chat doesn't want to work. Because we're gonna jump projects real fast. I do want to. I will keep working on this card game because it is part of my current obsession. But I am gonna jump projects. Kind of show you a little bit of a different 3D side of things. As soon as Unity compiles, but yeah, chat. It's actually quite. There we go. Look at me. I can move. Woohoo! Actually, can I change? So yeah, you know the Mug Cat. I have a few other models available, so don't know if they all work as redeems, but they might. Anyway, coming back to this. Okay, Unity. I need you to hurry up. The other problem is that I tell Unity not to reload the domain, and what does it do? It reloads the goddamn domain every time. You stop that. Alright, we'll save the project, save the scene, exit. With that. Let's see if this project will load. There might be compilation errors in it. Not entirely sure. So I guess we'll see. I really need to fix my chat overlay. This project is another example of something I want to take a lot of the processing power out of Unity and put it into background. Or the other side of things I want to do with it is convert a lot of the stuff that I'm doing into ECS dots. Even though it's a single player application, technically, it is something that I want to migrate over. Because this, right now, chat, for those of you who don't know, as a VTuber, I run multiple instances of different software. I'm not running VBridger right now, but normally I would have VBridger or Vitamins running. But VBridger essentially has been discontinued. But essentially, this app here that I'm trying to build will, and again, you'll notice I have a ton of work done and very limited space to show for it. Because that's what I like to do, is I like to get all my scripting out of the way and then try and futz around in the editor. But one of the odd things, or one of the things to try and get done in here, is working on a lot of the model side of things. So here's a 3D rendering of my model, right? And when I'm running my VTubing software, I'm running right now Live 2D, Tits, Thick, Vitamins normally, or VBridger, and running so many different applications just seems kind of unfortunate. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to replace all of that, so that way I only have to run one application for my models. And right now, it's kind of a pipe dream, but we're working on it. And I'm also trying to do this as low level as possible in Unity. So that's why I'm trying to go towards ECS and dots in the job system. And that's why I'm trying to stay away from the game object flow as well as you can. But there's some side effects to this, and one of them is, of course, losing the ability to use an asset called Cinemachine without some serious workarounds, and that's what I'm trying to do. Is I'm trying to drive through intent-driven programming so I can use some of these other third-party assets available to me, so that way things work out nicely. And one of the other reasons why I want to do this, is so I can do things like inverse kinematics dynamically. Like I have a lot of this done on my laptop, but I did this wrong on my laptop in some other areas, so I've had to semi-abandon it. But let's go and turn that off. Let's go and turn that off. So like, this is my VTuber 3D model, right? And so as you can see, there's the animator. Animator has the humanoid side of things, but we'll go and replace that. We'll go and tell it to animate physics. Always animate. But one of the advantages to working on something like this is also learning how things like blend shapes work, and how I can go and apply various solvers or ragdoll or states and brains and actions, and eventually get to controlling my character via a webcam input or via open computer vision or dlib landmark. There's a bunch of neat stuff that goes on into here that I'm hoping to carry forward, so that way my avatar can do things like blink. But while it's blinking, you'll see the mouth move and do things like VC Face or VTube Studio will do. And this aspect here, this is just the first part of it, is getting the VRM loaded. So you'll notice that if we go and open up Visual Studio, that again, I'm doing a lot of stuff here utilizing structs, so that way I can dodge certain allocation paths. But overall, there are some things that I want to abstract from the Unity process, and I want to put into a separate .NET 10 process. One of those, some of those things that I want to abstract are going to be like blend shape calculations, right? Even though I have that hopefully working on the job system, it's still going to be painful to work with that on the Unity side. So I want to abstract some of that logic out and then communicate it via a memory bus. So that way I'm not just constantly redoing and reviewing. The other thing that I'm doing too is I think I have Spout 2 enabled. Yeah. So I can send Spout out through this. I'll call it Stream Pulse. So now I have Spout 2, so that way you can read the textures right off the graphics card. So that's pretty handy. And actually, we will do a create empty parent, and we'll call this the camera rig. And then we will do a few other things to this as time goes on. But that's kind of the idea, right? Is that we're building this out, and we're trying to build it out in a way that my model can respond to environmental effects. Like right now, when you use tits, you can throw shit at me, right? So you can, what is it? Do stuff like this. But I'm trying to roll this all into one app. That's kind of the goal. So, and I'm also trying to do cloth simulation and that kind of other stuff. So that way my cloth responds well, my hair moves, and it's a very limited thing. Eventually I'll get to making the crow move and fly around, but right now I'm focusing on just the avatar itself. So, for example, if we come here, we can do something like adding in legs animator. All right. And so what this will do is it'll give my legs inverse kinematics. And so that way it's kind of a more procedural animation based deal, right? So that way I don't have to have specific animations defined for when my character turns or walks around. It's calculated mathematically. It's not always good, and that's why I'm still going to do some animation stuff, but, you know, we have that. We also can do, what else was it? Okay, so I do have Ragdoll Animator. I'll go and put Ragdoll Animator up here. Or also do a character. We'll figure that out. And actually, I'll go and remove the legs animator for now. What do I have? Okay, cool. So we'll go and grab you. Go and put you there. And again, we're trying to avoid a lot of the default stuff. Primarily so that way we can avoid certain expensive calculations. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's go and add a separator, actually. And then we'll go and add some terrain. Go and set it at -50, -50. We'll shrink it from 1,000 to 100. We'll shrink the height to 60. And we'll put the terrain on the world layer. That should be fine. So when we go and press play, the character shouldn't fall through the world. Yep. There you go. It doesn't get much simpler than that. The next thing I will do is, why don't we go and create a Cinemachine camera. Just call it a CM VCam. front. Go and pull this under here in our camera rig. And let's go and do a couple of things. Let's go and grab the orbital follow component and the rotation composer component. We'll give the tracking target as the root avatar. Yeah, it should be fine. We'll add an input controller just so we can see things. But you'll notice we're staring at the back of the model here, right? So one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to the range. And I'm going to change this from -180 to -270. And I'll change the upper bound from 180 to -90. So that way we'll face the front. So check this out, right? -270, -90, boom. Now we're facing the front. I'll change the radius to 2. And then I'll change the vertical axis 10 to 10. So that way we only have a certain wrapping. And then we'll do the target offset here as 1. The target offset here is 1. And we'll do the target offset, we'll keep that at 0. So now you can see that, right, the Cinemachine camera has, 1, I can only move side to side like that. And I can't move my character up and down. Like I can't move the camera up and down. Right? So we're pretty close. And actually, if I want to prevent what you saw is clipping back and forth between sides. If I want to prevent that, I can just click off wrap here. And here we could do something like, I don't know, let's do 10 to 20. And we'll do a center at 15. There we go. So check this out. Now we can move up and down. Just a little bit, just enough. And then if we go to the right, to the left, to the right again. Exactly. Falls kind of into place. So now we have Cinemachine set up. One of the other things we probably... Oh yeah, you have ads, chat. One of the other things that we want to do is just kind of figure out where to go from here in terms of this application. So, we could add, I think I have Magica Cloth installed. I do. So we could add cloth here, and we could call this the cape. If I could spell. And I'll go and put this on the props layer. Because why not? Does seem like a prop to me. And then we'll change the cloth type to a bone cloth. And we'll add our root bones. If I can remember the order that they're in. Or we can actually just make it a lot easier. Okay. One L, 2L. Okay. So I think what we want to do, we want to add all of our left bones first. So left, left, left. So that highlights these three. And then we want to do this in reverse, where we go and now we want to go and do, and you'll see why I want to do it in this specific order. No one caught it. Rigged. And now, instead of doing a line, let's do a sequential non-loop mesh, and you'll see that the cape mesh works around, but there's no interconnecting mesh here, right? So that'll have some pretty neat implications when it comes to physics. So we'll go and call this a cape. Actually, I think it might be better if we do it as a soft skirt. And we'll see how this works. Let's go into play mode. Okay. And let's go and move the avatar around. See how that works? See how it slides? And now the cape has physics? It's pretty neat. And even as physics as we rotate. So that's a pretty quick physics setup. That's a pretty quick win. Take that as player. Magica cloth. Tape. And then we can do this. We can do a very similar thing for hair, but realistically, the cape is the biggest part right now. Next thing we can do. One, we can check and see if there is something for asset inventory. Go to animation. Go and install Look Animator. And then we'll go and install Leaning Animator. Basically, we're going to install these packages here from F Impossible, and these are going to take care of a lot of our inverse kinematic stuff, and it'll make our character feel a little bit more real. And this will be a pretty neat experiment as well. Because, chat, if there's something that I'd like to do, it's experiment with random shit and hope for the best. So why am I no longer getting Twitch notifications for things? Rude. I'm going to try and go live tomorrow as well, pretty much throughout the weekend. I haven't streamed to my alt yet either, but I plan on doing that at some point. That's where I'll do all my gaming. This chat won't be gaming. It'll just be development. Come on. Come on. That'll be the other thing we need to go and develop too, is going to be our camera switcher, because we want to ensure that we can switch between cameras during different events. So that way, when I'm doing things like just chatting or I'm on other parts of my stream area, you can, see my character ragdoll or take enough damage to ragdoll and things like that, or we can do like cool challenges and stuff. I also want to get this deployed to a point where I can add other people's models to it, so that way they can have their own custom software. And I just provide it to them. Why not? We'll go and import Leaning Animator. So we have Look, Leaning, and then that should be enough for now. Because Look, Leaning, Legs, and then we'll do... Well, we could do Eye Animator. because that'll allow us to blink. I'm too lazy to try and do that via blend shapes anyway. But it could also be fun. I don't know. The other thing I could do is I could try and figure out how to do look, get up, animate. Chat, if there's one thing that I try and avoid, it's avoiding Unity's animator system, and that's because I'm absolute garbage at it. It's because I don't understand it. So I understand code, right? I understand finite state machines. I understand those kind of design patterns. I do not understand Unity's animator, and for whatever reason, it should be simple to understand. I've seen plenty of other creators do it. I've seen plenty of other creators use it fluently and just develop some beautiful, beautiful animations. Well, I shouldn't say beautiful because the animator gets complex real fast. But I've seen them do some really cool shit. And your boy hasn't been able to hack that. So let's do this one step at a time. Let's go back here and let's add in the legs animator. All right. And we'll go and find the bone. We'll go and try and find all bones. All right. Humanoid preset. Attection is fine. IK is fine. Go to our extras. Should be fine there. Motion, animate feet. Yep, it should be fine. So, when we come over here, we press play. Let's go and try and rotate our character. That's not the way I expected that to work. I want to rotate around the y-axis. Why aren't you... That might be why. Disable this if it's invisible. Okay. So, come back over here. Let's go and add a capsule collider. Go and do that. Go and do that. Yeah, it should be fine. So we add the capsule collider. Okay, that still works. So now we've added the capsule collider. I think we can do this. Ah, that would also be part of why that's not working. So you see how the legs now move? See how they're moving just a little bit? That's the inverse kinematics working. But we can make that expression a little bit more exaggerated by adding in the leaning animator. And by doing this, we should be able to provide a little bit more of a realistic lean. And I'm building this up one at a time on purpose, because eventually what we're going to do is we're going to edit this through scripts. And we're going to change things via scripts. And that'll make things a little bit more friendly. So this is our left upper arm. This is our right upper arm. And now what this will do is this will allow us to essentially lean into things a little bit better. And so if we go back up here, see how my body's twisting a little bit better? See how that twist is a little bit more fluid before the legs move? That's what leaning animator is doing. It's helping the twist become a little bit more fluid. And so next we'll go and add the look animator. And look animator, this will make things a little bit more interesting. We'll go and add some of these. We'll take off the animate physics for now. Yeah, so we want that to optimize with that mesh. We'll come back to the modules in a bit. And then what we'll do is let's go and create an object. Let's go and create a sphere. And we'll put this on the world layer. And we'll come back over here. And we'll go and we'll say, I think there's actually... Do I have a target for this? No. Okay. We'll go here. Normally I would set it in a script. But here we'll go and set this. Now let's go and play. And you see how my head turned? Right? So if we go and we move this, see how my head's turning? See how my body leans? That's what the IK solutions are doing. And you can see this effect happen a little bit more dramatically when I move it on the X. And even then, you can also see it on the Y. So this allows you to respond to moving targets using inverse kinematics. And this is actually pretty efficient. This is all done with, I believe, dots mathematics behind. So the next thing to do is we're going to go and add the eyes animator. Now this is pretty neat. So eyes, I think this wants to be NURBS. Is it 2? Yeah, it's 2. Body 2. So we'll optimize with that mesh. And we'll go and do look animator. Keep that. Go to additional modules. Now I'm going to add in the blinking module. And I'm going to try blend shapes. And I'm going to try and load it through here. Because I don't... Well, it says there are no blend shapes, right? So let's go and see if we can do that one. Let's go and check this out. I don't remember exactly how to blend shape. God damn it. Lol. I crashed my system by doing that. That's actually really funny. Ah. Just Unity things, right, chat? That's actually hilarious. I think I need to do some reassessment on blend shapes. But basically, you saw how we were building up the character hierarchy doing that, right? Is we were essentially going through and adding these setup things one at a time. And by doing that, we were able to actually build up a pretty good IK solution. It was pretty simple. The next thing I was going to add after I got eyes working was going to be Ragdoll. Now, Ragdoll's pretty neat in terms of procedural animation because that allows you to essentially have procedural hit reactions and things like that, so your character can respond that way. But I think one of the other things I want to do with that is I also want to not just have ragdoll animation and various hit reaction animations fly off the handle with that, but I also want to get it to just be able to be triggered via my Stream Deck and have, so let's say somebody cheers, 50 bits, gets me halfway, and then somebody cheers 100 bits, they ragdoll me, and my avatar follows that animation. Whereas right now with Tits, I don't know how you enter ragdoll. I think you have to do that via VC Face or something. So I am actually going to check something out first before I get into this chat. So before I go and load back into the project, I'm going to go back into Stream Pulse real fast. I'm just going to delete my library folder just after a crash because that's sometimes the best thing to do. And then I'm going to go and remove asset inventory and reinstall it because I think there's an update for it. I think. Could be wrong. Could be right. Not sure. If I do go live tomorrow, hoping it'll be earlier in the morning. We'll see. All right. So, go launch it. No, don't want to preserve anything. And then that should load up. And we'll see how that works out. Whew. I think that's one of the other things I need to do this year. So, I don't know how y'all feel about things like New Year's resolutions. I am not going to keep soda in my house this year. I already drink pretty much, water, tea, and coffee. But I'm just not going to stock soda in my house either, or pop, or what have you. And I'm also trying to get my sodium intake down. So I'm trying to decrease a lot of my frozen meal consumption. But my actual resolution is I'm just going to try and do a small workout every day for the next 30 days and see where that takes me. Just something simple. And then I'm also going to try and stream on a consistent schedule, at least 3 days a week. Especially while I'm unemployed and job hunting, but, just in general, just to try and build that up. Because it's consistency, right? And pretty much it will be on this channel, just doing a lot of coding for my games, because that's the other thing. March 15th is when I'm trying to get Bastion or Reimagine Calamity out, either or, whichever one gets faster development. I'm trying to get that developed and out in the first quarter of Q of 2026. And I'm hoping to do that without having to reinvent each game like 15 times like I've been doing with Bastion and Leona. But overall, that's kind of the goal, is to just get them out ASAP. And I think I can do it. And I'm hoping to. And they'll be released on Steam first, of course, and then try and get them out on consoles as well. But that's kind of big. It's kind of my big push, especially with Bastion, because that's a big project, and I'm trying to make it. I'm not trying to pre-optimize. I'm just trying to get out of the game object workflow, because that's never really made a whole lot of sense to me anyway. So I'm trying to go more into the entities workflow and the job system, because I think that works out a little bit more smoothly for what I want to do, and for some of the processes that I don't want to run inside the game engine and just treat Unity as a renderer. That will propel me into the Calamity side of things. So, plus it'll also give me a lot more access to assets over time that I can then use for Reimagine Calamity. I don't know. There's a lot of work involved, and I'm very happy to do it. Just, Bastion, like the Supergiant game. Bastion. Or Bastion with in-game fishing. I do have fishing animations, so don't tempt me. There will be fishing. But it'll be like a third-person Souls-like, so. Yeah, you better, Sabatagasm. Game of the year, look out. Nah, ain't no way. I honestly would be happy if I could make a game with 4 hours of story. That would honestly thrill me, is that if Bastion could have 4 hours of story and tell a complete tale. I'm not saying only 4 hours, I'm just saying that would be so cool, because that would lend a lot of credence and build my confidence out for continuing the series. Because I have a lot of work involved. Oh, so chat, we're just waiting on Unity to load because I deleted the library file and then I deleted asset inventory. And I'm just going to reinstall. And so it's rebuilding the libraries. And then it'll, and I'll download asset inventory 3. And it should work a little bit smoother. And we can go and remove the eyes animator. But you saw that beforehand, that inverse kinematics work kind of just like magic. And that's the whole goal there, is to just make it a seamless process, right? Is to make it not necessarily stick out, but make it observable. When you play games that are... Let me put it this way. There's kinematics, there's inverse kinematics. I'm using inverse kinematics, which is essentially saying, okay, my position is at point A, and I know I want it at point B. So we're going to say point B is here, and we're going to use inverse kinematics to evaluate the mathematics to get us to point B from point A. And that's how we'll position our bones. So that's why they can do things like procedural animations and such, and that's how they can power those systems, is because all the math is computed beforehand. And so by doing that, we can then get cool things like Unity being able to generate our leaning, our eyes moving, our blinking, and how it can follow targets without, needing to actually code that out for every edge case. Rather, it'll do that on its own. So by using an inverse kinematics solution, we can get it to do that. I also think that the reason why it crashed here is because I had it set up wrong in terms of optimizations for meshes. And you have ads. I really should get another ad label like I had before. All right, Pat, I need you to not be a dick for like 5 seconds. Challenge mode impossible. I love him dearly. My cats are going to be 10 years old this year. Holy shit. Ten years ago today, I moved into my first house in Ann Arbor. That's fucking wild. Damn, son. Yeah, I know, right? If everything goes well. Was that for the end? No. I lived in an apartment in Ipsy before then. I lived in Ann Arbor for 9 years because I moved there in 2013 and I moved out. A little over 9 years. I moved there in 2013 in Ipsy. And then I moved from Ipsy to Ann Arbor Pittsfield slash Ipsy slash Saline, that whole weird triumvirate quadrant area, where if you went 100 yards north of my house, you were in Ann Arbor. If you went 100 yards east of my house, you were in Ipsy. And if you went 100 yards west of my house, you were in Saline. And at my house, you were right in the middle of Pittsfield. So it's just kind of wild. But I was there, and then I got arrested for driving while visibly impaired, a second offense. And then I celebrated up to my 7th year of sobriety. And I moved up here to Traverse City. I've been up here for 3 years now. So this will be my 10th year of sobriety going forward. And here's to the hopes that it lasts the whole year. But we take it a day at a time, right? Wild. One of those things where I just, don't really consider. Company size, 1 employee. We'll come back to reminiscing in just a moment. Need to go and find asset inventory and a package manager, and then we can continue on for a little bit longer. Maybe another hour. What do I have installed? R3 SLN merge Unitask Z-Link. Yep. What was I looking for? Asset inventory. Inventory. I'll install that. We'll import you. Yeah, I've been up here for a bit. Wild. Can't say I've learned much. But whatever. Sometimes you just got to get to that plap, plap, plap. Crazy to think how you started at the end 12 years ago. Kiddos are 9 and 6, but left the end 4 years ago at about the right time, considering how all that turned out, It's absolutely wild. It's crazy how I went to the end once, worked there, left, and then came right back. Honestly, it wasn't a bad job. All right, Unity, I need you to hurry up. Time is money. Wasn't a bad job. Definitely helped you get where you are today. Exactly. Help build a lot of stuff for me. Help build confidence, help build a lot of... Okay. Cool. And there are bigger companies that'll pay more? Yeah. Pretty much. Okay, so we just need to add look animator. That's not too bad. Actually. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Add you. I'll add the same sphere. All right. Let's see if this crashes my PC again. That's actually really funny that it did that. Okay. We'll come back here. Back here. At the following of the sphere. Let's see. Hey, see how my head turned? That's that inverse kinematics, baby. So now, if we raise it, if we lower it, you can see my body's adjusting. Now the next thing to do with this is to figure out how to make the eyes work, right? Because that's part of our challenge here. So if we go into additional modules and we turn on the blinking module, let's try and do it with bones first. And then we'll go and try and do it with blend shapes. So I think... That's not the view I want to be in. This is the view I want to be in. I don't know. I don't know if this is what I'm looking for. I guess we'll see. No? Okay. So what would I be looking for? Okay, so that's clearly not it. Oh. Hmm. Huh. Okay. That's still pretty neat. See that work? Okay, let's go and check this out again. I'm going to put that there. Keep the default set. And we'll come into blinking. Blinking will do blend shapes. I think I did body. Yep. And so that should be fine. Now, did I want to do... Is that it? No? Maybe it's these? I don't know, chat. I guess we'll see. Okay. Let's see here. Doesn't look like it. So how did I get you to blink, Irwin? Right, so you don't have that. See, the other problem is, I don't have a whole lot of documentation for this. Did you just blink? You motherfucker. See, now it's blinking. God damn it. I think it's because I changed the blend shape. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I think it's literally because I changed the blend shape. God damn it. You son of a bitch. All right, let's try this again. Blink, motherfucker, blink. You asshole. Why are you like this? I need to turn... Why are you the way you are? Swear to God. You were blinking just a moment ago. Wait a minute. God damn it. Blend shapes to animate. Bite my shiny metal ass. God damn it. Yes, chat. I swear a lot. Why? I don't know. I just work here. I'm just gonna add a bunch of shit and see if it works. And then we get to go and see who did the thing right and who did the thing wrong. I'll give you a hint. Chances are it was me who did it wrong. God damn it. I'm blinking. Look at that. Mocking me. Fuckers mocking me. By blinking. Never thought I'd be so pissed off by somebody blinking at me. Time to push the prod? Exactly. Pretty neat though, huh? That you can actually see the movement. So, now that we have inverse kinematics set up here, the next thing to do is to come back up here. So we have a capsule collider. And I'm going to add in a rigid body. We're going to do a reference mass of 50. We're going to say interpolate, and we're going to say continuous. And now, Look at that. Pretty neat, huh? Let's go and check our project settings. Go check our physics settings. So as you can see, again, in my physics settings, I have everything turned off. Now we're going to go and try and do some various things. So I think Avatar and world should collide. World and world should collide. Ragdoll and world should collide. Avatar and Avatar should collide. Avatar and prop should collide. Avatar and Ragdoll should not collide. So now we'll see if this does what I want it to do. And would you look at that? Now, because I enabled collision, that works. Yo, what's going on, Icy? How you doing? Let's see. You're tired? I feel that. Good to see you, though. Get you a shout out. I really need to fix my shout out. But that's for another day. But yeah, as you can see, we now have inverse kinematics working. So the next thing to do, now we have our rigid body and our capsule collider, is we're going to go and add in Ragdoll. And there we go. And the Ragdoll dummy layer, going to be over here on Ragdoll. Reference mass, 50. Okay, you're going to have ads in a little bit. We'll do that. And if you take a look, see all these highlighted areas around here? These are all the colliders. Right now, I'm fine with them being drawn the way they are. Eventually, we're going to go and add some features. And helpers. For things like on get up and get up animate and all that. But for now, this should be fine. Let's go and see what happens when we run this. So now, one of the things we can do is we can say, hey, let's fall. Pretty neat, huh? Or at least I think it's pretty neat. So now we got that. Let's go and try something else in here. Let's go and let's see if we have we do. So let's see if this works. So let's take our camera director and we'll put it here. And we'll give this the default cam. And we'll say this next cam that I'm going to make is going to be our ragdoll cam. And here, we'll do a hard lock to target. Or is it a third-person follow? Yeah. Actually, we could probably do it a third-person follow on a spline. But we'll keep that. And I can remove that. We'll do that. We'll do that. And we'll do ignore. Okay. We'll do that. Come back up to the camera rig. Thought I changed this to ragdoll. There's that. All right, let's see if this works. Oh, actually, hold on. Yeah, we'll see if this works. Okay. So now, let's go over. Wait, what? Oh, I fucked up. Yeah, we want the camera rig here. That's for sure. Not really much of a director, though. Oh, shit. That's right. I hadn't finished that side of things yet. Son of a bitch. In any case, the point is that these should be on the camera rig layer. These should be... these are fine where they're at. Do I have Umbra? Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. Cool. But yeah, that's one of the coolest things about this, chat, is that now we have Ragdoll set up. We have the character collider, or capsule collider, and the rigid body set up. We have Magicka Cloth enabled. There's a lot of cool work that actually paid off. Oh yeah, and we can blink. Look at that. Eyes are blinking. Of course, eventually we're going to have this powered by the Playables API and our blend shapes driver. It's just right now, this works out quite nicely. So I think this works pretty neatly because, again, we have our 3D avatar being able to be utilized like this. And of course, the other thing that we have being able to be utilized. Let's go and make this actually a 2.5. Is the inverse kinematics. All right, inverse kinematics is huge here. I wanted to rotate this. Because you see how my legs move? It's that procedural animation. See how I just kind of lean in? That's that cool shit right there. So yeah. We'll keep the Cinemachine settings, that's fine. But again, having that kind of setup and having that kind of just raw power here enables us to do other neat things that we might get into a little bit later in the week. As I said before, though, I'm going to try and focus exclusively between Reimagine Calamity and Bastion. This is just kind of a cool other application of Unity. Just to kind of go some really neat places. In places that weren't expected. And eventually, I want to get the face tracking stuff done, because that's going to be huge too. We're going to use OpenCV, which is Open Computer Vision, and dlib landmark, so that way we can have some sort of local language model, large language model that we have through data points that we've trained on our local hardware running off of our local GPU, you know, not a data center, to hopefully be able to better track things. And then we'll go and work on the integration with Twitch. But right now, we've updated our model to VRM1. We've got Unitask and all that over here. Jack, thanks for the hydrate and the posture check. Welcome on in, Jack. How you doing? Sippy whippy time, you shrimp. You know? But yeah, I think overall, this works pretty well. Especially considering, you know, we can follow a sphere. Pretty reasonably well, too. It doesn't look like it's deforming. Follow the ball. Exactly. And then just being able, you know, to do ragdoll. And just having some inverse kinematics helps. So being able to see leans and stuff. Works out pretty nicely. Actually, can I influence you just a little bit? See how you fall backwards. Perfect. LMAO, the T-pose on the floor. Yeah, that's, I don't have any animations or tracking set up for him yet, but I might have to change the springs a little bit down, but, you know, overall, I think this works pretty nicely. Next thing we need to do is we need to be able to go and swap cameras. That works. So, again, one of the things we could do, right, is we could generate an animator controller. But I am not great at that. And I would rather use the Playables API to do that. And using the Playables API, that will allow us to load and custom blend animations and have a little bit an easier time of layering. It's not necessarily an end-all be-all, but it could work out nicely. Let's actually, before I forget, let's go and create another set of cloth. And this will be for the hair. I think there's 2 sets of hair, so we'll go and do hair front 1. Think. Springbone. Yeah. I wonder. What does that actually look like? Okay. I actually like that. What's this hair too? I think that's also another set of spring bones. Yeah. So we can go and do hair front 2. Go and make that a soft spring. Hey, that actually worked nicely. So let's go and take this. Aw. That actually looks nice. Actually works pretty well. I'm just looking at the hair chat. See? It works pretty well. So then... And now that we also are blinking, that's helpful. Which... Okay, so we could do a mesh cloth on some of these, but I'd rather not. Alrighty, Illumin friends, time for you to head to bed. Catch you all later. Hey, have a wonderful night, Sabadass. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate you and your presence. Alright, we're gonna go and get rid of this. I turn this off. Okay. Cool. So that's the rest of the hair. And I think we can actually go and do another one of these. I'm just trying to figure out how. Because I think you have to have special permissions on this to do it. I'm just trying to remember how you do it with Magicka Cloth. And if I can even do that with VRM stuff. So we'll see. Let's go and do... We'll just call this hair. And we'll put this... on the props layer. Which body was this? Was it even a body? Nerves Path 002. Oh. Holy shit, look at that mesh. Woo-wee. That's going to take a lot of processing power. So let's go and see what we can do. That should cut it down by a lot. Now let's go and see what happens. Nice. Look at how jiggly he is. It's actually hilarious. Okay. Cool. That's pretty dope. Can I add in another one? And another one. Cool. Nito Burrito. Looks good. All right, so now we've got the hair figured out. We've got the eyes done. We've got the cape physics. It's a lot of cool stuff. Now all that's left to do is to figure out the rest of the animation, right? And then once we start animating, that'll be huge. So one of the things we could do is we could do that. And then we could do that. And we could add in a single animation clip. Let's try this one. Let's see what happens. Oh no! Oh no! I've fallen and I can't get up! Lol. That's actually really funny. Okay. So something happened there, but that's not the point. The point is that we got this to work. So we have an animation down. We can get many others, but that's really neat. I think it fell because we didn't have root motion applied correctly, but whatever. I'm using a rigid body instead of a character controller because I don't really care to control this character. That's not the intent in this app, but hey, we got somewhere with that, right? How cool is that? That's cool as shit, chat. I'm actually quite happy with the way that works. And again, part of the reason why I'd be happy with that is simply because this is a lot more on getting things planned and done than it was before. And so now that Aluti or Coco But yeah, we got and so that's pretty neat. Also pretty happy with just getting this set. Might need... How does this work? That's so funny. I just fall over. That's killing me. Holy shit. That's too funny. Do I have any updates that I'm missing? No? Okay, cool. So I guess one of the other things to just try and figure out here too, right? So this is the named Animancer component, right? So this is good for playing a single animation clip or just a handful. But I want to have full control over this and align it with my blend shapes. And then I also want to be able to equip props and other neat stuff like that. So we need to figure that out. I might take off use gravity just to see how that works. But overall, say this works out quite well. And again, a lot of this is coming down to just primarily what we've set up and how we've set it up. And I think one of the other things that we're going to eventually get done is just going to be able to control the VCMEs, which is going to be your vowel pronunciations and how that looks. We'll get the webcam set up and we'll get this tracking that and our various facial land points. And then I'll see if I can ask some other VTuber friends for their avatars and see if I can get it set up that way. And see if I can make things a little bit easier to work with. For a while, I had inverse kinematics work dynamically. And then it just decided not to. I'm gonna snooze these ads. Because we are actually gonna wrap up. It is 1 in the morning. I got plans early in the morning. So we're gonna get ready to head on out. But yeah, chat. It's been neat. Ow. Cat. We gonna head on out of here. But one of the neat things that I've been enjoying doing has been working on Reimagine Calamity as well as Bastion. So you'll see me kind of divvy to work in between the two, but I'll probably lean towards one if it goes a lot faster in terms of development cycle. And again, March 15th is a target date to get one of these games out at the latest. Hopefully we can get them out earlier, but we'll see. And yeah. I'm going to be streaming a lot more, chat. A lot more this year. That's the plan. But anyways, thanks for hanging out tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you everybody who came on by, came through, subbed, resubbed, gave bits, donated charity, because we are raising for Mermaids. Mermaids is a charity in the United Kingdom dedicated to trans, non-binary, and gender questioning youth. Highly recommend you go and check them out if you haven't. We'll be continuing to raise for them as much as possible. And yeah, I should be back hopefully tomorrow. And hopefully throughout the weekend, at least 3 days a week. So yeah, chat. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Let's go and see if there's. No, we're just gonna head out. Too tired to raid. So, chat. It's been a pleasure. I've been Alu, and from the Omen Den, I'll see you next time. Have a good one.